You're on time.
Take a left right here on the stop sign. A mile. A place called Purple Goat. Purple Goat. What's in it? It's kind of neat. It's got a softball complex, baseball complex.
See, I gave us all right.
Hey, where'd you pick up that tree from?
Testing. 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 We live? Good evening. If there's anyone that needs to fill out a citizen comment form, please do so. They're in the entryway. There being a quorum present, this regular session of the Howe City Council, it is hereby called to order on Tuesday, June 16, 2026 at 6:01 p.m. under the Open Meetings Act of the State of Texas. If you would, please remove your hats and silence your cell phones, and let's stand for the invocation and flags. Councilman Woods will lead us.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today. Thank you for our city, Lord, our citizens, Lord, and thank you for these group of individuals here today to get together and do your business, Lord. We just ask humbly for your guidance, your wisdom, Lord, and your discernment as we work through these agenda items and we do things that will bring glory to you and to in the best interest of our city, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. And now for our flags, the American flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Billy. Throw everybody off the memory campaign. We'll need the land.
I think what happens is we get to hearing other things.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Real quickly, we're going to take roll call. We have Mr. Ingram, Mr. Price, Mr. Tyler, Mr. Woods, Mr. Whitfield, and myself, Ms. McDonald. We are all present, and we do have a quorum. We are now opening up for citizen comment time. I did not receive any citizen comment forms. Double checking. Do I have anyone here? And I do not. So we'll move forward with announcements, mayor comments. This is the moment where we're going to recognize public officials, citizens, and city employees. And we have two new officers that we would like to recognize. And is it okay if I say their names, or do you want to do it, Chief? I'll let you come up and talk and introduce. I'll just let Chief introduce. How about that? I won't steal your thunder.
I think we still have one out on the street, it looks like. Okay. So we have one of our new officers at the jail for a DWI arrest. Grace Cameron, please stand up. She is our most recent officer to join our department. She just graduated the police academy here in Texoma. So we're excited to have her as she goes through her field training program. And then we have Chris Fernandez, who joined us from the Denton Police Department. So we were able to get somebody over some good experience, but obviously that experience is going to work tonight since he's dealing with the DW off the highway. So that's where we're at, Mayor.
All right, thank you, and welcome to the city of Howe. Glad to have you. All right, next up we're going to talk real quickly about the Employee of the Month for the month of June. And this is where employees vote for the Employee of the Month. And The winner was or is Sam Mullenauer. And Sam works in administration, and Sam was voted Employee of the Month for the month of June by the City of Howe employees. Some of her coworkers had to say the following about Sam. She goes by Sam, just so you know. Samantha owns the permit department and always has the city's best interests. She is courteous to customers, yet strong enough to say no when there is a need. Samantha has a great attitude and works hard for the city. So Samantha was not able to be here this evening, and so I did present to her pen and certificate earlier today and took a photo of her. But we do appreciate Sam and all of our employees. So, moving on, a reminder about up-and-coming events. We have a very exciting day tomorrow. Yay, hey. So tomorrow is our groundbreaking ceremony for our water resource recovery facility at the North Plant, and that is tomorrow at 11 a.m. And if you do not know where it's at, the address is going to be FM 902 West, 0.5 miles west of Highway 75. Super excited about that. We will now have our own waste treatment facility. And then also, in addition to that, right after BVRT, we'll have an open house for their office, and that will be taking place downtown in Howe here. And the address is 103 East Haining Street, and that is from 12:30 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. So we've got a lot of exciting stuff happening tomorrow. And now we're going to have a presentation from Axon Technologies. We have Ryan, Bailey, Bernard. The three of them are from Phoenix, Arizona. And I'm going to let Chief maybe say a few words because the presentation really affects the police department, but as well, it benefits the police department as well as benefits the fire department.
Correct. So, Mayor and Council, as y'all know, our officers wear body cameras, tasers. Our cars have license plate readers along with cameras in them, and this is technology that we utilize, one, to mitigate liability for use of force, but also to make cases to hold offenders accountable. And so Lieutenant Sparks and I started evaluating our cost analysis of what it costs us every time we hire someone to put that equipment in place. And working with Axon, we shared with them our growth plan, as I have shared with you all of my strategic plan over the next 5 years, depending upon growth. But we're currently in a scenario where I have 2 new officers and I don't have this technology to issue them right now. And if we continue down the current path, it's going to cost us a very large sum of money versus considering doing something like this. So working with Axon over the last 6 months, we looked at different ways to implement technology in our community to, 1, prepare us for our growth, 2, how we can cross-pollinate some of that technology from a first responder perspective. And so this has kind of been a very collaborative effort in how we put this together for y'all tonight. So I'll step out of the way and let y'all get started.
Thank you, Chief. Council, great to meet you. My name's Ryan Thompson. Like we mentioned, I work with Axon, and with me here is Bailey Curry, who's one of our solutions engineers, so he's more on the technical side. But like Chief mentioned, we've been working together since, I believe, late January, early February, just to directly custom fit a program to how to help you guys as you experience this exponential growth, right? You guys are seeing a lot of new homes being built as well as apartment complexes, the new waste facilities. Like, there are a lot of things going on that will need a lot more surveillance and overview from the police department. So that's kind of where we're at. What we wanted to do was create a full 10-year program, full growth plan, one fully integrated ecosystem for you guys to have a predictable cost, no equipment stale, no gaps, everything you need under one contract. So tonight we just kind of want to walk you through that, what that looks like, and then answer any questions that you guys might have for us. You want to move to the next slide? First and foremost, just going to give you guys a brief overview of the Axon ecosystem itself. It's just a quick video so you guys can kind of see the different parts moving and in action.
So kind of bring this a little bit from perspective. We're already having some language barrier issues as we deal with people on the street now, not from the highway perspective, but over there. Our current body cams does not allow us to do language transition. As you'll see a little further in the presentation, it recognizes over 50 languages, and that continues to grow as Axon develops that technology. From a drone perspective, right now, we fly the fire department's drone. It is not licensed the way it's supposed to be. We have 2 licensed pilots within the department, so they have to fly in order to meet regulations. So that would be a joint project, a joint tool that would be shared by both police and fire. When you saw the part about the fuses where it talked about, you saw the retail center, the camera piece of it. That is part of our camera systems that we have in the city would be part of that. I've talked to the superintendent this afternoon, contingent upon the school board approve it, that we'd be using exterior rear cameras to go in that system. And as we continue to develop retail, you know, a lot of our retail partners like Walmart, Target, some of the other bigger retailers are using this type of system to help mitigate crime on the properties. So that is where that vision comes, of tying that in. Right now, the way things are, you know, this makes it where it's somewhat affordable versus if we do this a couple years down the road and make it cost prohibitive. And so you'll kind of see that from a perspective as we go through the presentation.
Yes, perfect. Yeah, just to sum it up, yeah, like Chief was saying, like everything together creates the Axon ecosystem, which is basically a singular, comprehensive pane of glass that you guys are able to overview, see, and understand everything from the policing side with Howe and your community. So we wanted to give you guys something that connects everything from your body cameras to your in-car cameras, your tasers, your drones, evidence management, all under one roof, and just make it a much simpler process as you guys continue to grow. Because with growth, there's going to be growing pains, so we want to proactively get ahead of this, which is definitely why we built out our officer safety plan, which we'll be presenting today. With the officer safety plan, there's a couple different key points. So within the video, you guys saw the Taser 10 system. Newest, latest, and greatest taser that we have out. Comes with our cartridge replacement program, so anything utilized by the city will actually be replaced by Axon directly. So if you guys have any live fires, we take care of that on your guys' behalf. We'll send out all of the different training units that you guys need. It is all included within the system. Could you actually go to the next slide for me real quick? And one key point that Chief and I really wanted to push forward was just the overall capabilities that the T10 has over the current system with the T7. So you guys are going to see an extra 20 feet in range, which for a lot of reasons is actually incredibly beneficial. Gives officers more times to respond, communication, they're able to de-escalate the situation, and in a lot of situations where somebody might be further out, you wouldn't have the opportunity to pull a less lethal weapon, and you would have to. Yes, please.
Can I ask a quick question,
Yes,
just
ma'am.
for clarification? So currently, our department is using the Taser 7, is it right? And this is an upgrade to Taser 10, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so right now with our Taser 7s, we have the opportunity for 2 deployments, that's it. And in Taser 10, it gives us the opportunity for 10. It gives us the increase in distance, and there's an increase in accuracy. With our Taser 7s, we have a choice of a 12-foot cartridge or a 25-foot cartridge, and that is solely based on body spread, which is how we basically get compliance utilizing the tasers. With 10s, it's a total different spread, and it gives us more opportunities, and we can deal with less lethal issues from a further distance, which is an officer safety issue.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I mean, the more time we have for the officers, the more opportunity they have to make a decision, the safer it is for them, and the safer it is for the individual on the other side as well, because at the end of the day, we still want to make sure that we are able to make sure everyone's safe in any situation. If you want to go up, actually just one more, back to the other slide, sorry. Now, other part of the Taser 10 program, which is incredibly beneficial, is our VR training suite. So not only will you guys get full VR with the T10, but you guys will also get your VR capabilities with your handgun as well. And included in it is the VR training rifle, which we are including 2 total units for you guys. What it does is you're going to get real scenarios, real feedback, 0 risk. So active shooter drills, domestic violence, traffic stops, really anything that an officer would be able to see in the line of duty, we want them to have as much muscle memory before going into that situation, as it will help de-escalate that situation, because they're then able to rely back on their training instead of going into something that they may not be familiar with, and then emotions can kind of draw from there. So we want to make sure that they feel as comfortable and confident out in the field, and that's what this VR suite does. So you guys are also going to be able to track certification automatically, which is fantastic. So training completion documented in the system, critical for liability and accreditation, and makes just ease of use that much more. I mean, if you guys got 15 minutes to spare at any point, your officer can throw on the headset, go into the VR simulation, and then actually get some real reps in to just, again, solidify that muscle memory and make sure they're feeling as confident as possible.
So one of the ways this helps us, as part of our accreditation, we're required to have briefing trainings. And so this allows us to do that, have it documented. It also helps us a lot of ways to negate liability for training. A lot of this training that we do, specifically with our TASER certification, and some of the training that this offers, requires us to send somebody away to go to school. So we're paying for a school, we're paying for travel time, and I'm paying generally overtime to cover that shift. This helps us negate that possibility, and it also allows us to try to keep our training budget within check, because it opens up a lot more doors. You got that training doors?
Yes, yes. In fact, we'll go down to the- and then we can play this.
So as you saw in the presentation where you saw the different colorizations of the hands, that's the interaction with the officer looks like. There's multiple types of variations of the VR program, not just with Axon, but with other providers that are being used by agencies all across North Texas. One, because it saves man hours. Two, it helps negate liability. And just like a professional athlete, we have to train in order to be willing and able to do things. It's not a matter of we go on the range a couple times a year, or we do a taser a couple times a year to be effective our training. We have to train like an athlete in order to help negate liability to our city.
Absolutely. The muscle memory is imperative, and that's what this is going to help build. Next step within the program itself is the Axon Body 4. So like we had mentioned earlier with this, currently you guys are running these cameras, but there are certain things that we haven't had the capabilities for quite yet, so wanted to basically add everything on, including that live translation, which you see at the bottom of the slide there, has over 50 total languages available. But with the Axon Body 4, I mean, it's a commander's able to see everything in real time, live video, GPS from every officer's camera. If anything ever happens, something goes sideways, command isn't waiting for a radio update, they're able to see directly into this and connect it to the FUSIS program as well. And with that comes with full auto activation, so the camera turns on at any point a taser or firearm is drawn. Makes just, again, ease of use for the officer in those stressful situations to be able to focus on task at hand, not have to worry about this, but then also cover liability for the city in case anything happens on that end. So want to make sure that those are covered. If you go to the next slide, we have an actual demonstration of the live translation as well. So yeah, as you can see, there removes really the biggest communication barrier on scene, especially in Texas. We're gonna have a lot of Spanish-speaking population. This is gonna allow us to not have to wait for that phone call, go into an interpreter, hopefully somebody bilingual's on shift. It's going to just basically remove that wall between you and your community, allow direct communication, solve problems faster, which is the biggest point we want to get to there. From there, we'll go into some of the OSP software, which I'll have Bailey cover.
Yeah, the biggest thing to note here is just being able to use everything together in a way that's going to be a force multiplier. So as you grow and add officers on, having this backbone of everything together that pulls data together for you and handles those mundane tasks that are required by law enforcement to make sure that things are documented properly is streamlined through this. So that does allow you to hire less officers over time because less officers can do more with what they have. This slide is very dense on information. I'm just going to be pretty high level with what all we're looping in here, but with evidence.com, that's just managing your evidence altogether. So tracking not just your body camera, but in-car camera footage, as well as digital documentation, and moving those forms that you're currently filling in, either on paper or with separate programs, all into one place, and actually using AI to pull key information from body camera footage to help you fill in these forms more quickly, taking an image of a driver's license, getting the information off of there, without having to type that in manually.
Let me elaborate on that just a little bit. So as you saw in that video where you saw the female officer chase the guy and then went back to the computer and sit down, that report was written off of her body cam. What she's required to do is make modifications, read that. There's a statement that goes at the very bottom of it that acknowledges that it's written off of AI before it goes command approval. One of the things that allows, how that benefits us, is it makes it faster for our officers to write the reports and get back on the street, which is a multiplier for us, is that visibility. The next piece of that, we're talking about our body cams. When I came here, they were using cell phones to take pictures of crime scenes, okay? We're now able to use our body cams that goes into our evidence.com. We're also running into some language barriers in how we validate that evidence for some of our victims because we couldn't speak the same language. These body cams will help us address that issue, what goes in line with our reports and our evidence, and it goes all into our evidence.com system, which is what we share with our district attorney's office to prosecute cases. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. With the Fuses side of things, we've thrown that word around a little bit, but just want to paint a picture of what that is. We're really just pulling together all the different sensors that you have, whether that be body cameras, CCTV cameras, or ALPR cameras that you have around, and putting them in a place that one officer can sit and actually take advantage of all of those resources they have. This isn't something that you need a full-time staff running one of the rooms with a million TVs to be able to take advantage of the equipment that you're paying for today. An officer in their vehicle can have this pulled up on their laptop and have the cameras actually move to the location of that call for service based on what's entered in by your dispatch team. From the command staff point of view, they're able to get eyes on to situations that otherwise they would have had to driven across town to actually get eyes on. Officers just at a traffic stop, they're not responding to radio because they left it in the car instead of the entire team driving across the city at 90 miles per hour. Command can hop in, see that they're just giving grandma a warning and not send that full team over. On the signals side of things, this is how the hardware is really interacting with each other. Axon devices being able to activate other Axon devices. So in the heat of a moment, when you have to draw a firearm or taser when you weren't expecting to, you're not also thinking about turning on your body camera or your in-car camera. Anytime those are unholstered, drawn, or deployed, those are all activators and will turn on any Axon device within 30 feet. So even if you're not the officer doing that deployment and you're on scene, your body camera will be activated as well. And being able to pull all that in together, looking at the taser data, we can even see the level at which the angle was, the angle of the weapon when it's being pointed at someone to either verify use of force or show that it wasn't used. So we can really gather a lot of data points here, pull them in together into something that is going to make filling out that paperwork a lot more streamlined. Let's see. Oh. Okay. So with the fleet system, this is kind of a 2-in-1. So you do have the video and audio in the vehicle, so both the forward-facing and interior, but this also doubles as a mobile LPR. So just like the flock cameras you all have around town today, this is like a mobile version of that. So when the officer is actually in the vehicle, they are alerted if a plate goes by that they need to take action on. So it's not something that you have to be monitoring elsewhere. You'll actually get that alert right there in the vehicle and can take action when needed. And that does expand the scope of what your LPR can actually capture, because it's not just stuck to one location.
And we currently use these cameras, and part of this proposal is to keep costs down for our growth. So that's kind of explaining, we already use this particular piece of technology. If you like ChatGPT, it was able to put our graphics on our Tesla, which we thought was kind of funny. But we use this camera system. Some things in this camera, like he alluded to, will allow us to enhance some of that technology and allow us to continue using that technology in a more cost effectively.
And all of that is made possible by Fusus. So being able to pull all those sensors in, I kind of alluded to this in that initial slide, but this does include assets not even owned by the city. Local businesses can also ingest their footage into the system, so that instead of having to call and get that video on an SD card from a gas station to be able to get that over to you, where the manager comes in once a week and is the only one that knows how to work the system, your department can get that video right away and take action on that, pull a vehicle description or the description of the suspect within seconds, not within days. That also allows you to integrate things like school cameras. And all of these can be activated based on call for service data. So if there are any concerns about viewing a certain camera at a certain time, we can actually put permissions in place where you can only view those cameras, or the officers can only view those cameras when there's an active call for service within a certain geofence of that area. This also allows private citizens to register their cameras. This doesn't give access to live stream into those. It's just, I have a Ring doorbell here. If something happened on the street in front of my house, you can request that video from me. That prevents having to go and canvass those areas where officers would have been asking for that camera footage anyways. Of course, citizens still have the right to say no to that, but it does speed up that collection process and hopefully get that evidence in much quicker and actually be able to take action on that.
Again, real quick, when you had mentioned, and I think Chief mentioned also about some of the larger merchants are using this program already. I noticed, like in one of the earlier videos, how there was a probably a store manager had a device on the chest.
Mm-hmm.
Can maybe you talk about that a little bit, or maybe you have, but I felt, and maybe it's coming up, and I don't want to get ahead.
Definitely didn't include that on here, but there are retailers that are actively rolling out private body cameras. So Walmart is our biggest proponent of that right now. I actually live in Raleigh, North Carolina, and we have 5 Walmarts in the area, all running Axon body cameras in there now, which is part of the Fusus system. A big part of that is being able to do a request for assistance directly through the body camera, which Walmart does have a dedicated team monitoring those requests that then is passed on to local law enforcement. That's going to differ, city to city, but it is growing pretty rapidly, and we have a growth plan in place for Walmart. They have signed up to do a full deployment of that.
As we build out in our city and we get more retailers, this allows us to keep our impact of crime that can affect our city by building this type of technology. And I believe, in my opinion, it's a way to show our retailers how serious we are about making our community safe and that we're being forward thinking. So if and when they choose to build here, they can already see we have a plan to help them negate their losses in dealing with the criminal elements they do. Kind of backing up a little bit, talking about the body cam piece of it. Those body cams, as he said, allows us to log in to on-scene events as managers to hear and see what's going on. But should an officer be on scene and want to talk to a supervisor, and if we don't have one available, we can instantly talk to that individual live through the camera to help negate some of those issues, to include whether it's an issue of a complaint or not quite understanding what the officer's trying to convey, or they just want to make a supervisor aware of what's going on. So, that technology is something we don't have today.
And last
So
point I
with
wanna
the
make-
proximity-based cameras, how does that work? We don't have our own dispatch center, so is it linked to the MDC? Is it linked to the officer's body cam, GPS info? How does that, how would that, so if the officer shows up on scene, then he can link into those cameras and see?
So how we are in the process of operating now with us going on the county's MDT system, that information will be able to be shared with the officers in the field. As we move forward the city, and should we make the decision to stand up our own communication center, then it would be our own comms simulating what you saw there. I have not had a chance
Hey,
yet to
Chief,
speak with the sheriff.
We both know you're gonna bring us our own dispatch center. We both know that.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. So there again, this is that vision to put those things in place so that as we continue to grow, our technology is already in place. Because as we all know, technology changes and it gets ever expensive as time goes by, and I'm trying to get ahead of that curve today. Go ahead.
Last thing I want to mention on Fusus is the scalability of it. I mean, you mentioned as stores come into town, you can grow with that. When you add a business in, that's not something that will be an additional cost for you. They have the hardware, they have the system already. It's just making that bridge into your system, and there's no additional charge for that. So it's not prepaying for something that you're hoping to get in the future. It's when that comes, it's free of charge for you. Walmart or whoever is a partner in that would be fronting that cost.
Thank you.
Yep. There's just a quick video on Fusus in action as well.
Every second matters when safety is on the line. With instant visibility across sites, teams, and threats, Fusus connects your entire operation in one centralized platform. When a known threat enters your facility, Fusus provides instant, mobile first response capabilities. With the press of a button, body-worn video live streams directly to security teams. No switching systems, no wasted time. On-site security sees everything live from one cloud-native dashboard. Fusus also facilitates coordination with local law enforcement. Unified action ensures a safe resolution before contact is made. Every video, every alert, every second is then securely archived in Axon's digital asset manager. By unifying systems within the Axon ecosystem, Fusus gives the power to resolve incidents faster and more safely. Fusus, one pane of glass for simplified decision-making and accelerated response. One platform, total awareness.
Chief, did you want to
Yeah.
start this?
So what this is a drone as a first responder program. How we benefit from this, we have had calls even now where it's been a unique call and it's taken us 5 to 7 minutes, in some cases longer, to get an officer there, where we would have the ability to launch a drone and have eye visibility with less than a couple of minutes. In some scenarios, agencies have seen a decrease in officer response because it negates bogus calls. People call in, there's nothing there, so there's not a reason to continue to send a unit there. The other part of that is, like I said, this would be a cross-pollinated project with us and fire. We have had several incidents where Sparks has gone out and flown the drone for fire so they can get an aerial support of how big a fire they're dealing with, so they can use their assets and move those around. That's how we would utilize this. Long term, when I build this project out, as our facility grows, as we have a supervisor on every shift, the supervisor will be the ones to make the decision as to whether or not to launch this program, if it's needed. As we build our own comm system, as you saw in the Fusus system, it would be launched out of the dispatch center. Right now, we have 2 certified FAA pilots, one of them being Lieutenant Sparks, and the other one being Officer Light. At some point, we will end up having probably 3 or 4 more so that we can ensure that every shift has a pilot.
Can you talk, you're getting ready to talk about it, never mind.
So I do want to point out a big difference between this and the current program that you have outside of just a more capable drone. Drone as first responder really is the first officer on scene. We have mapped out call for service data of the past 6 months at the PD to understand where most of those calls for services are coming from, and we have put together a plan to make it to where any time there is a call for service within the area, within 2 minutes, a drone will be on scene to actually get eyes on, which isn't always the case, getting an officer there in that amount of time. That does include 45 seconds of it just launching. So this is a fully autonomous launch. It is on a docking station, so it charges as it sits there after it's landed, so no need to have an actual officer on scene unfolding the drone, pulling it out the back of the car like we're doing right now. They can launch it remotely from wherever they are. Even if you don't have a pilot on duty and you need them to come on, they could literally use their laptop at home to pilot the drone if they need to take over from the autonomous just flight to the scene.
Where this is a game changer for us right now, we've had several wrecks up on the highway where we can't get down to the location because of how the cars are stacked up. And so we're scrambling, trying to look at it from a distance, how to get apparatus to that scene, whereas this generally will beat us there in most cases, and we can indicate if we need VA to set off this other end of the highway or turn on the north end, because we're having to go the wrong way down the highway to get apparatus to people.
Behind every flickering light, every open road, every safe community, you'll find people. People who keep our civilization running and who depend on having the right information at the right time. It's here. Sky West, it's here. The best centers ever in the United States. The first of its class with a clear rose on the bus. 640 by 512 radio magazine with maximum sensitivity. A 1-inch 50 megapixel sensor with a custom wide angle lens. Or a 64 megapixel narrow angle camera to capture the data even during low light inspections. Transition to can read a license plate for 800 feet and identify cars from 3 miles away. You've never seen like this before. It's here, and it's ready for anyone. X10's durable, lightweight airframe gives you backpack flying in under 4 seconds and thrives in the most challenging environments. It's tough, quiet, and resistant to electromagnetic interference. And the open modular platform is built to adapt with sensor packages and attachments to get the job done. Capable of flight command from 7.5 miles away using the ultra-bright controller with a multi-band option for operations in a contested environment. An optional 5G is X10 unlimited operator rate anywhere in the system, unlocking remote command and control with any connected browser. So personnel on the ground can be fully focused on mission at hand. It's here. A new era of on-board AI and computer vision rights the way for medicine, enabling autonomous flight in zero light conditions. Obstacle avoidance can now do work for you, even in the darkest environments. Turn complex jobs into completed jobs with the automated capture of critical data, while onboard modeling takes you from images to insights in minutes for immediate action. The best sensors ever in drone science, piloted by the most advanced AI in STEM. To get you the details you need, whenever you need them, wherever they are. Designed, assembled, and supported in June, and trusted around the world. Capture every last detail, night or day, rain or shine, when it matters most.
So as y'all might recall, I talked about Officer Wallingford has been going through accident reconstruction and investigation school. This technology will allow us to do our accidents to scale, and as you saw, in a 3D ability, which we don't currently have. There again, it's another tool to make sure that we're doing our accidents right, and victims that vanish in these accidents to know that they're being thoroughly investigated. It's needed to hold people accountable. As you saw the different color imagery, that's the night vision that the drone has for different ways for people when we go out and hide in the woods from us and things of that nature. It's another tool for us to be able to find people without sending officers in, which lowers our risk.
Absolutely. All right, and all this together, I mean, we now, since working together since February, Chief, Lieutenant, and I have customized a full 10-year equipment plan for you guys. Goal is full deployment by October of 2026. We want all equipment, cameras, vehicle software, all drones active by year 1. And then Axon's implementation team will come out and handle all go live and any trainings that are associated with any of the equipment as well. One of the key pieces on top of the 10-year plan is our TAP program, which is a Technology Assurance Plan. That means hardware upgrades for all technology, either 2.5 or 5 years, depending on the piece of equipment. Body cameras are 2.5 just because they get a lot more wear and tear. They're going to be out in the field. Things can happen. Some might get ripped off. So if anything happens to those, we're obviously going to cover them over warranty, but then we're going to make sure you guys get full up-to-date equipment consistently restocked for you guys through that TAP program. And then as well, as you guys are experiencing this growth, we did add in a full growth program. So structured to add in officers from years 2 through 5, and then any additional officers as we need, we can then add to the contract working with Lieutenant Sparks as well as Chief Sullivan.
So here comes the fun part that everybody loves. We talk about finance.
Yeah, the best part.
So the simplest way to explain this is this. The way we do business now, it costs us about an extra $1 million if we stay doing what we're doing business over the next 10 years for our growth. That does not give us the technology. It does not give us the TAP program. That is solely putting cameras in a car, body cams on an officer, and a taser. That's it. So as you see the way they have structured this, and believe me, I've beat them up about every which way I can. This allows us to bring that technology on board and put us ahead of where we were. So if you look at it how it is, it would save us close to $1 million implementing this technology versus not having it at all. So how we did this from a budget perspective, the 26 and 27 budget, it's $50,000 a year. Starting in that third year to finish out the contracts, it goes to $223,000 a year. So some of the ways of how we're negating that cost is obviously we won't have to increase our training budget as much. We're doing a lot of our in-house training, so that's one of the ways that we do it. Plus we're saving money straight up for the technology. That's one of the reasons why our 2 new officers don't have body cams and tasers, because I didn't want to spend the expense to do that if there's a possibility to bring this on board. I know we have a budget workshop after all this. We kind of put the cart before the horse. You know, one of the things that we have done is drastically increase our visibility and citation revenue on the highway from public safety perspectives, which has also brought some more money home to the bottom line. So that's kind of where we're at. If you've got specific questions, I'm ready.
A pretty smart guy once said, those that trade essential liberty for temporary security deserve neither. Outside of Axon and Howe PD, who has information to your, like the information that's gathered by your LPRs and all of your AI cache data, who has access to that?
Yeah, great question. So just like we do with evidence.com, so you upload a body-worn camera footage that is encrypted in transit and at rest, and is only accessible by your department. If Axon was subpoenaed for a piece of body camera footage that your department had, we would be unable to comply with that subpoena. We would have to point them to you.
The LPR data and all that stuff is not sold to third parties and all that stuff?
It is housed in the exact same way. You have a unique cloud spun up for your organization and your organization only. If you want to share out LPR data with another agency, you take that on a case-by-case basis. So if you only want one share to go to this one agency, you can do that, all the way up to having a free share with an agency.
Well,
So
I know who Chief's going to share it with.
So
I'm
maybe
asking
this will help.
Axon.
Maybe this will help explain it a little bit. So with our 4 flock cameras, that being part of the state system that goes and partners with DPS, other law enforcement agencies has the ability to use our flock cameras to track vehicles across the state. But it is only law enforcement purposes and for law enforcement agencies. In this scenario, this data belongs to us. This doesn't, the only people that get shared with us is the district attorney's office, or if another agency needs it because we were on scene with them and they want our body cam. The integrity of this is paramount because this is our evidence and what we utilize to present cases to the district attorney's office. Our pictures, our body cams, our crime scene things, all that is tied into this evidence.com. So it is extremely locked down and it's only used by us internally.
and that's going to go for the AI as well. So whereas with the ChatGPT, you dropped this information in, got an answer on it, that information that you input is now OpenAI's data and can be accessed even through a query by another user, maybe not even knowing what data they're pulling from. With Axon AI, those systems are self-contained, just like your video evidence in there. You can actually see our list of training material on trust.axon that shows what we have used to train this, and it's all in-house training. So still things on body cameras, but all staged situations where we're controlling the exact information that's being put in without being able to pull from anything on the internet or from customer data. If you wanted to be a partner in that, you can, but that's an opt-in, and I'm pretty sure the list is full at this point anyways. As far as the ALPR data, same thing. I think that covers everything on your question, but
Thank you very much.
yeah.
If the council were to approve of this, can you kind of go over what it exactly is included in it?
So if the council were to approve this, what would you see is we would instantly upgrade our tasers for all our current staff. It would also give us the equipment that we need for the 2 new officers that we hire and the 2 that we hope to budget for this fall, in the fall budget. The other part of it is it would bring our drone online. It would bring the Fuses Center online and tie all that in. Like he said, their goal is to try to get this all implemented over the next year. And so that's why we've been boxing over the budgetary piece because of the expense and how we do this. So far in Grayson County, we would be the first to have a drone as a first responder program. I know Sherman and Denison are looking into it, but they're struggling to figure out how to fund it because of the cost basically side of the agency. This is our platform to kind of finalize our technology piece of the police department. I guess the simplest way to say it this is, you know, this is our last piece of technology for my 5-year plan for us to be prepared for this growth. If y'all should approve this, what it really comes down to after this is now hiring personnel, keeping them trained, and keeping our fleet strong. You know, this is the vision that I've built out based on the information y'all provided me to how to keep our city safe. You know, people are going to come here to do nefarious things. We're already seeing that because of our proximity to Dallas and to Oklahoma. This is the technology that helps us do that so we can hold them accountable and persuade them to go elsewhere.
And where would the drone deploy from?
It would be deployed from the police department. So if and when down the road we move into another facility, then we would have that moved obviously to another location as well.
Could that be separated as far as launching from the police department and the fire department?
It could.
My understanding is they do not have to, the officer does not have to be like right there
No,
to deploy it.
Sparks could be at home and launch this, or he could be in Austin for some reason, and if we need to put a bird up, he can put it up and fly.
So
That's what makes this program so enhanced. Long term and how I would build this out, we would always have a pilot on duty. But as we stand right now with this program, this drone, I don't have to have a pilot right here in order to put it in the air. Anything else? I know it took a lot of y'all's time tonight, but this, as y'all know, I try to think ahead and plan ahead and find the ways to negate liability and ways to make our community safer, and this is kind of the last part of that plan. So, thank y'all for coming out.
No, thank you, guys. It's been an absolute pleasure working
Yeah,
with
we
Chief.
appreciate you very much. I do want to just mention, Chief, that the other thing is about the training equipment. My understanding is your officers can train
Nonstop.
nonstop.
So one of the things we need to go into some elaboration a little bit too. So by law, we're required to qualify once a year. As y'all well know, anyone not cheap these days. I would prefer to do it more frequently, but that due to cost, it's just prohibitive. The way that the technology is with these weapons, it's just like I say, when we pull using a weapon, we can create different use of force scenarios and shoot scenarios, which means I don't have to send guys to the range, nor do I have to pay ammo. We saw the different scenarios with using the VR system. We can create different scenarios where we're dealing with, you know, domestics or robberies or different scenarios, and for them to decide what kind of level of force is necessary, and all that is tracked. So if we should have a critical incident, and they say, well, you don't adequately train your officers enough, guess what? I can go in, put a transcript, and I can break it down specifically to that individual officer to show how much they train. It's also a component for us on our accreditation side, and to be quite honest, we've struggled with that a little bit because we're required to have so many documented trainings as our shifts, briefings, and things of that nature. So when our 4 years rolls back around and they come out to do an on-site inspection, those are some of the things they'll look at, and this will make that process a lot easier.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions or anything?
Could we also not host trainings for the other smaller agencies in this area? It would also help them save some cost. They don't have to travel as far. And
We can. I've actually had some conversation with the Texas Regional Academy. They would work that for us as long as we do all the paperwork that goes along with that.
Anybody else?
Thank you all.
Appreciate it thank you guys very much. Appreciate you for coming on out too. All right. I am going to move action item number 6 up, just so we're aware of right after action item number 1 here in a few moments. But I'm first going to, let's move on to our consent items. These items consist of non-controversial or housekeeping items required by law. Items may be considered individually by a council member making such request prior to a motion and vote on the consent items. 1, discuss, consider, and act upon the following consent items. A, minutes of special council meeting on May 30, 2026. B, AP council report. C, AP payment report. D, GL revenue and expense report. E, South State Bank secured deposits May 2026. F, Techstar Logic statements May 2026. G, financial report May 2026. H, investment report May 2026. Does the council wish to discuss any of these items? And if not, do I have a motion?
I'll motion to approve.
Okay, Sean is going to make that motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ed made a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. All right, I'm going to move the discussion or the departmental reports down to the bottom, so we're not going to have that just yet, because actually I'm trying to consider the fact that we had guests here earlier from Phoenix, and also we have our attorney here, and I want to save his time as well. Action item number 1, discuss, consider, and act upon nominee for Mayor Pro Tem. By local government code, section 22.037, each year the city council must elect the mayor pro tem to serve a 1-year term. Councilman Billy Ingram has served in this role for the past 2 years. In your motion, I just need you to motion to make somebody a mayor pro tem, whether that's yourself or somebody else. Do I have a motion?
I'll motion to approve Billy Ingram for Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, Sean is going to make a motion for Billy Ingram to continue serving as Mayor Pro Tem. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ricky's going to make that second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Congratulations,
I'll
Billy.
change my email signature.
All right. Now I'm going to, did our Axon, they left?
Yes, ma'am, they've got a flat catch.
Okay, all right. So I guess I don't really have to, okay. So, since they're gone, I didn't know, I wanted to make it earlier in case anyone had a question for them. So let's just move on to action item number 2, discuss, consider, and act upon update for the City of Howe Personnel Policy and Procedures Manual. On page 7, I don't know if you guys had a chance, if you've had a chance to look at that, but I did put the page number here. So we are adding the Texas Women's Act privacy information. That's on page 7. And I'm going to go through this really fast, but if you want to come back to it, just let me know. Page 22 is clarifying the Public Works on-call pay. It will read, Public Works employees that are now required to be on call during weekends and after hours will receive regular overtime pay, 1.5 times regular hourly pay if responding to an emergency. On-call will rotate between employees on a weekly basis and begin at the close of business on Friday and continue through the close of business the following Friday. When responding to a call, each call will be 1 hour overtime minimum unless multiple calls are received and completed within that same hour. in which case only the 1 hour of overtime pay will be granted. Time or calls beyond each hour will be extended an additional hour in addition to hourly overtime pay, holiday pay. Any employee responding to emergency calls during holiday will receive 2 times regular pay in addition to the 8 hours of holiday pay, which is a regular hourly time. So basically, we were just asked from Public Works just to, it's pretty much the same way, I believe, would you agree, Monty, that it was originally, but we're trying to clarify it for them to try to give them, they had some questions.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, it was a little bit vague. There were some questions, what does this mean? And so we tried to make it as clear as possible. Jerry came to us because some of the guys, some of them were taking, they thought 2 hours instead of 1, and it just wasn't very clear in the policy. So we just cleaned it up and made it to where they know exactly what the situation is.
Thank you, yes. And to go back on page 7 about adding the Texas Women's Act privacy information, we did not have in the personnel policy. Correct, Chief? Okay. On page 26, added previously undocumented vacation leave buyback program. This program has been a longstanding tradition for employees to be paid for unused vacation hours up to a maximum of 20 hours, subject to available funding and budgetary considerations. The city may offer an annual vacation leave buyback program. All full-time eligible employees may request payment for up to 20 hours of accrued vacation leave at the end of each fiscal year. Participation in the vacation leave buyback program is not guaranteed and is solely at the discretion of the city. The city council reserves a right to modify, suspend, limit, or discontinue the program at any time without prior notice. Approval of vacation leave buyback request is contingent upon the availability of appropriate funds and the financial condition of the city. Nothing in this policy shall be considered as creating a vested right or entitlement to receive payment for accrued vacation leave beyond the otherwise required by law or city policy. The employee must notify the city secretary no later than November 30 to be eligible for vacation leave buyback. So that's the wordage in the policy should you approve it. Page 29 will be it's been changed to extend military leave policy to recognize the employees that may use paid time off while on leave for military duty. And on page 51, there was an added fire department occupational cancer screening policy. And on page 70, an added artificial intelligence regulations. Does anyone have any questions about any one of those items? And if not, we're looking to we're seeking approval so that we can move forward with the updated personnel policy manual. So if you don't have any questions, I would like to, or concerns, I'm looking for a motion, please.
I motion to approve the updated policy manual.
Okay, Billy makes that motion to approve the updated personnel policy manual. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ricky's going to make that second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. All right, the next 2 items are for renewing the 2-year terms of Cassie Montgomery and Larry Stevenson to the Planning and Zoning Commission. Both of them have been contacted, and both of them have expressed that they would like to continue their role in this position. So number 3, discuss, consider, and act upon renewing a 2-year term of Cassie Montgomery on the Planning and Zoning Commission. If I have discussion, you're welcome to bring forward discussion? Otherwise, do I have a motion?
I'll motion to renew Cassie's term.
All right, Chad is going to make a motion to approve Cassie Montgomery's term. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Billy makes a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Number 4, discuss, consider, and act upon renewing a 2-year term of Larry Stevenson on the Planning and Zoning Commission. If anyone has discussion, please bring that forward, and if not, if you will give me a motion, please.
I make a motion that we accept the 2-year term for Larry Stevenson.
Okay, Ed is going to make that motion to approve the 2-year term for Larry Stevenson on the P&Z Commission. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Sean is making that second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Number 5, discuss, consider, and act upon public hearing notification for water and sewer rate increases. Last time the city of Howe made a water and sewer rate increase was October 2022. Due to increases from water and sewer providers, we are requesting a 10.5% increase in water and 8% increase in sewer. That will take our base rate from $31.50 to $34.81. That's for the water, and it will take our sewer rate from $38.10 to $41.15. The minimum bill for residents with under a 2-inch meter will increase by $6.37. For those that use above 5,000 gallons under the same scenario, the minimum bill would be increased by $11.92. Nearby cities such as Anna and Van Alstyne have many other cities have a tiered rate base on meter size. Under our current schedule, high-volume users in Howe with a 2.5-inch to 8-inch meter pay, lost my point there, my spot, they pay the same rate as a resident on a 3/4-inch meter. Utility Clerk Becky Roberts and Public Works Director Justin Johnson, they were instrumental when working on this discovery. We now have an outline. We've got an outline for a new tier system for all users of the City of Howe public water and sewer system. And there were attached documents that were sent to you. While we would like to have the lowest cost of the 3 cities, Howe is last on the GTU-8 water line, which requires our public works to purchase vast quantities of disinfectants due to low residue on the traveled path. We calculated the new tier cost by simply averaging the prices between Van Alstyne and Anna on both water and sewer rates. We don't have a vast amount of 2-inch, 2.5, 4, 6, or 8-inch meters. What we are implementing is not foreign to neighboring municipalities. Sewer tier systems have also been adjusted in the same manner. City staff will be sending out letters to those in the 2-inch to 8-inch range. This action, this is an action item for only placing the notification, just so you're aware. Should council approve posting this notification, the required posting time would pass, and then the matter would come back before the council for a vote on whether or not to move forward with the rate increase. So just for clarification, you're only voting on whether or not to post the public notification. Questions, comments from the council? And if not, do we have a motion?
I motion to approve the notice and posting of the meeting for the rate increase.
Okay, so Billy is making the motion to approve posting the public hearing notification for the water and sewer rate increase. Do I have a second? Ricky is making that second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. Now, number 6, discuss, consider, and act upon agreement with City of Howe and Axon Technologies. I think it was mentioned by Chief that we have already put the cost of the upgrade for the Axon Technologies in the working budget, and just for citizens and who may be watching, we are not talking about a proposed budget yet or an approved budget. This is just simply a working budget. So it has already, of course, we're going to talk more about the budget after executive session, but it is included in that particular working budget or workshop notes. Questions or comments from council? And if not, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ricky's going to make a motion to approve the agreement with the City of Howe and Axon Technologies. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ed is making that second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. All right. Ordinance number 849 effectively replaces the previous sex offender ordinance number 762. The new ordinance is essentially identical, however, it removes the previous language that gave exceptions to those that were a minor when he or she committed an offense and was not convicted as an adult. It also removes the exception that the individual was a minor. And I just wanted to add that, just for clarification, I did reach out myself to seek TML legal advice and clarification, and this is what they said, and I quote, "In Texas, courts have discretion in juvenile cases to impose temporary or permanent sex offender registration as a consequence for certain offenses pursuant to Chapter 62 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. If a juvenile is required to register as a sex offender under this chapter, they would be subject to Texas Local Government Code Section 341.906, which permits a general law city to restrict registration sex offenders from going in, on, or within a specified distance of a child safety zone in the city. Additionally, this has been viewed by our city attorney. So moving on to ordinance number 849, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Howe, Texas, amending Chapter 1 of the City Code and placing restrictions on certain sex offenders, setting a criminal penalty, confirming severability, authorizing publication, and establishing an effective date. We will now open this up for a public hearing for ordinance number 849. Do we have any members in the public who wish to speak on this ordinance? Since we do not, we will close the public hearing and go back into open session. 7, discuss, consider, and act upon ordinance number 849. Does the council wish to discuss this item? And if not, do I have a motion?
Chief, do you know if this verbiage affects anyone currently?
Currently, no, we only have one sex offender in the city.
Okay, I just,
It could affect some in the future, but.
not worried about it. I just didn't want to potentially violate somebody because we changed a word on a paper.
James, correct me if I'm wrong, they would be grandfathered if they were already here to begin with.
Okay. Go ahead, Sean.
Go ahead, Phil.
No, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off, but.
You're good. I'll motion to approve ordinance 849.
Okay, Sean is making a motion to approve ordinance number 849. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Billy makes that second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None are opposed. Motion passes. We're going to do departmental reports after the executive session. Just so council is aware, we will now move towards executive session. The City Council will convene in closed session pursuant to the provisions of the Open Meeting Act, Chapter 551, the Texas Government Code. Executive session as authorized by Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with an attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with this chapter, Open Meetings Act. Texas Government Code 551.072, deliberation regarding real property. Texas Government Code, Section 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations. Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. Our discussions items will be consultation with attorney, CCN matters, real property, Ponderosa Point, Hilltop Ranch, Noble Ridge, Cherokee, Howe 62, Astra, personnel, city administrator. The council will now go into executive session, and the time is 7:18 p.m.
Got it?
Here we go.
I got it.
Feel like I'm sitting on the ground.
What do you mean with set action items? Departmental reports in the email.
Are we live?
Do you want us to say the pledge of the Texas flag? You want us to say the pledge of allegiance flag?
Monty, are we live? Okay. The council will now end executive session and return to open session, and the time is 10:21 p.m. Moving on to departmental reports. Public Safety Director. We haven't yet. We'll get there. Sorry. We'll go ahead and start to do this.
All right, so Mayor Council, for the month of May, we saw a 29% decrease in call volume. We have seen a couple intakes and some more assaultive type calls, domestic violence calls. We're in the final stages implementing our RMS and our partnership with Grayson County. The only thing we're waiting on right now is our technology to physically hit the building so we can work with our IT and the county's IT to turn on our record management system. Officer McFadden completed his state training for certified crime prevention officers. That's part of my program to have the opportunity to serve our citizens where they can come out and have their residents of their place of business audit and be eligible for a possible 10% increase for their insurance. As I think I shared with you earlier, Officer Fernandez came from us from the Denton PD. Y'all had a chance to meet Officer Cameron, who just graduated the academy. We had 10 training hours for the month of May. We answered 127 calls for service, issued 81 citations, 88 warnings. Code enforcement, we had 19 new cases, 1 follow-up. Let's see here. We received a grant for $13,000. That grant allows us now to do digital downloads of cell phones, computers, things of that nature. Previously, I think I shared with y'all, we were taking and sending that information to Allen or the Secret Service. So once we get that stood up and the officers finish their training, that'll allow us to do that internally. Part of the stipulation for that grant is we'll be required to be able to help other agencies in Grayson County. For our first year, we're required to do a data report to the grant provider as part of the condition of the grant. Sorry. Let's see. Fire had 62 calls for service. 51 of those were EMS, 7 motor vehicle accidents, 1 grass fire on city limits, 1 mutual aid to Sherman. We still have an EMT and paramedic position open, but both of those positions have people in background right now. One has a psychological schedule for Thursday. We have an ISO audit coming up. We have a meeting in July. Our goal right now, our city sits as a 6. Our goal is to try to get us down to a 4, so that hopefully that will give our residents some kind of reprieve on their insurance. But we're a long way for having a conclusion with that. The fire department did 10 hours of training. Our ambulance fleet is still a challenge. We've had a couple of scenarios where we've had to send them both back to the shop. Part of it is because we didn't have a maintenance program in place before. We have one now. We have seen a decrease in what we're paying for mechanical cost. One of the units did get back from DACO and certify our last safety part in our box. We have one more unit fixing to go to DACO, and the only reason it has not gone is I've asked DACO to get all the equipment in, and then we'll send the box over so that we can have a quick turnaround. So they're waiting on one piece of equipment to come in before we drop it off. I think that's all I have. Any questions?
Council, questions for the chief? All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. City Secretary?
Mayor and Council, this month I have gone through a lot of training, including employee insurance, TMRS, TML, and then 18 hours of FundView training. Completed tasks include obtain access to Treasury, Techstar, and the Logic account, completed open enrollment for 21 full-time employees, updated Fund View to ensure all employee deduction codes are accurate and organized, added Connections Park to the TML insurance policy, corrected a TMRS calculation error from 2023 and submitted the correction to the auditors, worked with the Texas Comptroller's Office to complete sales tax reports for April and May, assisted the police department with the completion of 8 public information requests, onboarded 1 new PD officer, joined the Texoma Regional Secretary Group. My first meeting will be on June 24th. And then my current tasks include updating insurance coverage for information for all city parks, reviewing vendor records to ensure accurate setup and timely payments, completing the insurance claims for Well Site 2 related to the lightning strike, and continue pulling reports and documents for the auditors.
All right. Council, any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Public Works and City Administrator.
Mayor, Council. Public Works carried out 133 service orders, 10 new meters were set, 3 water main leaks, pothole patching of 30 tons, 6 cutoffs for non-payment, 10 disconnects for move-outs, mowing hours, 105 hours they had to back up our mower, 5 sewer main backups, 78 hours on wells, sampling and reporting, 8 hours, assist with leaks, 36 hours of other maintenance on well sites 2 and 4, replumbed ammonia injection systems at both sites due to leaks in the chemical feed lines. 16 hours were spent this week on well 2 repairs due to a lightning strike or power surge. Ongoing, the work is ongoing. Public Works utilizing G2A water until the repairs are complete. We have received lead and copper sample bottles and we'll be getting those passed out to customers for sample collection in the next week. Flow testing for ISO that was requested will be completed this Friday. Currently working on annual consumer confidence reports to be completed before the last week of June so they can be posted before the July 1st deadline. The main leaks were caused by a contractor and they have been invoiced for those parts, labor, and et cetera.
Council, that was for Public Works, right?
That was Public Works.
Council, any questions or comments for Public Works? Okay.
I'll keep it brief on the city administrator report. You know about most of the developments. Well, you know about all the developments. And we had a meeting today with Howe 62, talking about Smith Road and trying to figure out that thoroughfare plan, how that Smith Road's going to interact with that. Taco Bell, talked with them. They've got basically one invoice coming for their inspections, and then they're free and clear to build. Let's see. 2024 audit process in the back stages. We should get our first draft on that coming real quickly. Our attorney sent a letter over, so I think we're in good shape there on getting that finished up. Streets, talked to the county commissioner today. They're going to be finishing some work in Tom Bean and doing the ends of Hall Cemetery Road. And once they get done with that, they're going to come over here and start on Blythe Road. And then we have, you know, all the others that are following right behind that, Duke Street, Hughes Street, Swanner Drive, and West Davis Street. Personnel, as Katie came up here, she's been exceptional in her first month as city secretary. Also like to spotlight Samantha Mollenauer on her outstanding work ethic, and she's been great at the permit tech. As an example, she got employee of the month, so that was very good. Also want to thank Jessica, who has taken over Summit Gardens operations, as she has been outstanding to take that load off of my plate. As far as monthly report on permits, closed out the month of May with $38.23 in permits. Now, most of that were through capital recovery fees. Those are not always going to be there, but it's good to see those coming in. And that takes us to a cumulative total for the calendar year of $792,443.31. Again, a lot of that's capital recovery fees, right about $150,000 each in sewer, roadway, and water. And then, let's see, one more. Utilities. For the month of May, the total was $273,000. I'm sorry, $273,628.58. Of that, $127,000 was in water, $101,000 in sewer, and $44,858 in solid waste. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Council, questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Hey, Monty,
Oh,
how's K
excuse
and
me.
K doing?
K&K?
Yeah, the new building place, how are they doing?
It's a slow opening for them. You know, they've, so far it's just been a little bit slow for them, but
Well, but I mean, but they're open and
they're open and yeah, they're transactioning business. So,
That's what we
yeah,
want.
yep, yep. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Thank you. All right, back to our action items for executive session. One, discuss, consider, and act upon any items from executive session. No action will be taken. We'll now move into the budget workshop. This is the first of two budget workshops that will be presented with, then a presented proposed budget will come before the council for the 2026-27 fiscal year in August. In September, we will need to adopt a final budget. Due to our audits not being completed, we will not be able to appropriate a tax above the no new revenue tax. Oh, okay. All right. We won't know what our true tax rate will be until late July. The good news is for now, our valuations are considerably increased due to addition of homes, but the appeals process is not complete, and that valuation number will certainly decrease. At this time, Monty is hopeful that we can initiate a tax rate of 0.414 cents per 100 of valuation based on our current situation. Any less than that is going to be possibly required. Don't understand that one. I'm going to skip that. If in this budget we are proposing 2 new police officers, 2 new police vehicles, 1 police motorcycle, 2 new part-time firefighters, and an updated Axon program. We are also preparing for a full-scale interior cleaning of well 2, which, for clarification, I believe that's the EST, right? Yes. Okay, so it's just the elevated storage tower with requirements to get us up to code with TCEQ. We need to remove. We removed the painted elevated the funds for the painting of the elevated storage. Is that been removed? Because I've got on here that we need to remove the paint cost for the elevated storage tower since we will most likely not need it.
Yeah, in the current budget that we're talking about, we have only budgeted for the interior of the cleaning of well 2, not moving forward with the exterior.
Okay. All right, and then we'll have a final payment, thank you, on the Ford F-150 police truck due in early 2027. The 8% sewer increase and 10.5% water increase are also included in the working notes. So the council will now begin the budget workshop, and the time is 10:35 p.m. we do need to open this up for citizen comments. We don't have any citizens here at this time, so I think it would be safe to say we don't have any citizen comments. Moving on to the discussion item would be budget workshop for discussion and policy direction for the fiscal year 2026-2027. Monty?
I'd like to make note on, under the water revenues, since I have sent y'all these numbers, we made some adjustments based on accuracy, really. Let's first start with under the sewer expenses. It is listed, contract sewer under wastewater expenditures. Previously, it was under $1 million. You're seeing that on your information. A more accurate figure is $1,059,400. So with that, the adjustment was made in the water revenue to take that to 100,000. We just basically added 50,000 from our fund balance to cover some of those charges that we're seeing in the sewer contract from Sherman. That's really the only difference in what was sent to you previously and what was adjusted today. You can see in anything that's really in orange, you can see that that's moved over from a different sheet. It's calculated on, for example, info technology. You have an additional sheet that goes along with that that's from another page. It outlines all of our info technology expenses. Most of that is Delcom, and I don't think I brought that. Most of that is Delcom for our IT services. There are some other items in there as well, such as the PD has their record management for $15,000, citation system for $5,000, but most everything else is for our Delcom IT. Now, fire department does have $30,000 for the ESO record management, but again, most of that is our Delcom, which is our computers, our Zoom phone systems, and all of that Microsoft good stuff. Moving on, so you can see with a tax rate of what we're, if we base it off no new revenue rate and we say, hey, we're going to bring in basically the same amount that we brought in last year, we won't know what our tax rate's going to be until the end of July, until those numbers are posted. A lot of work to be done between now and then. But our overall expenses in the general fund is $1.4 million. So with our administrative revenue being 2.8 million, that's a positive sign. Our debt service, that's calculated on what we send in our INS fund. Those are hard numbers of $182,000. Municipal court, Chief Sullivan tells me we're going to have a big year, and even with that, this is he indicates is a conservative number, which is $500,000 in municipal court fines. Not that nobody's out there saying the Q word, but we're just trying to project on what could happen. So municipal courts and fees, those kind of are tied together. So if you have $500,000 in court fines, you've got $150,000 you're going to end up paying the state. So we're looking at, budgeting somewhere around $650,000 on that municipal court revenue. And then the expenditures are looking at it right around $136,000 with the state tax. We do have some capital recovery fees still coming in. They're projected into next year's budget. On streets, we think that it's going to round out about $211,000. And so we had some expenditures. We still have some funds in our fund balance. It shows that we've got our street expenditures exceeding our street revenue, but we've got some fund balance there that we can use for that. Community service, again, we've got park fees coming in, so that will play into that. And then we've got, as far as expenditures, we've got our code enforcement and our animal control, which we moved over, and that's got a line item of about $25,000. We do have a mower now who's part-time, which is right at $21,600. Nothing really standing out in the community other than, we're bringing in some park fees now, which is a good thing. EMS, fire, we all know that, we're going to take a hit financially in that department every year. It's just the way it is. It costs a lot of money to operate that. But it's a service you must provide, and we've got a great chief coming in. Salaries are always the big expense. Chief Sullivan has done a great job of trying to manipulate our overtime hours and the way we operate that system, which will bring the overtime hours down. It will adjust with the pay rate of the EMS and paramedics. But as their pay rate increases, their overtime will come down due to just the way we internally operate things and the number of hours before you reach overtime. So I think that'll help us. Solid waste, those kind of balance out a little bit. That we're adjusting our revenue based upon some growth, and a lot of those are, you see where it's a big difference there. With the going from 464 last year to 680 this year, we have had a lot of roll-offs because of these constructions. So we've been generating quite a bit of money on these roll-offs and things. So there's a difference there. We indicate that we'll be up a little bit as far as contract services as well in our charges. Sewer charges, we had discussed earlier an 8% increase, and I did not factor in our tiers that we'll see that are going to be adjusted, because we, as the mayor mentioned earlier in the meeting about 5 hours ago, that we don't have a lot of 2-inch, 4-inch, 6-inch, 8-inch meters. So there won't be just an enormous amount of difference in the overall revenue, but there will be some. I did not factor that into this as of yet, because I don't really know exactly what that's going to look like. I have a pretty good idea of what it is, but I don't yet want to put that in here and commit to that increased revenue when we haven't gone through that process yet. But I did factor in the 8% increase in the sewer rates. So that would be $1.1 million, basically $1,170,720, and that will help us with our Sherman contract. Our expenditures, $1,059,400, and as we move into water, and feel free to interject anytime. The water fund balance, I told you, $100,000 instead of $50 on that. Water sales, it's hard for me to read. $1,536,439 is what we're projected right now, and that is including a 10.5% water rate increase. And part of the increase is because we've got well 2 to repair. We're about to spend $200,000 on the inside of that thing, and that's part of this budget. We have $103,000 budgeted this year, $103,000 budgeted next year for that well 2 repair, cleaning. So that is part of the reason for the initiative to have the water increase. And that is shown on the equipment lease purchase line item, which is $155,000. That $103,000 is rolled into there. So overall, I know and I skipped over the EDC, and we have an EDC meeting next week to go over that budget. We're looking at a general sales tax for the EDC budget of $198,750, so we're approaching the $200,000 mark on an annual basis. Right now, we're averaging what would put us $12,000, or about $1,000 a month in interest. So I did factor that into the revenue, and we will have expenditures not totaling $210,750, which is shown. It will be the same. Oh, that's including the $12,000. So, with this, having not had a meeting with the EDC just yet, this could possibly change quite a bit. But as of right now, we've got $173,650 set aside for acquisitions, should the EDC want to purchase more land, or do some projects like that. All those are beneficial for the city. So, overall snapshot, you've got $8,782,459.06 coming in, and you've got $8,771,663.43 going out, which leaves a balance of $10,795.63. Now that is very preliminary. We're going to have another budget workshop. If y'all comb through these and have any questions, let me know so that, we can start working on manipulating anything that you see that should be adjusted. Just let me know, and we'll work through those and see how we can get to, to that balanced budget. We are a little thin. We're already taking a little fund balance, but I think we'll be able to make these things work.
Does the council, do you have any questions or comments, or are there any line items that you have concern about or suggestion? At this time?
I do not.
No, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Okay, just making sure. All right, so if we don't, then I'm going to close the budget meeting. I should have asked Chief, did you have anything that you needed to add for the police or anything, for public safety? Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so the council will now end the budget workshop and return to open session. Time is 10:49. Did I take a time the first time when we? Okay, thank you. I thought I did, but you kind of give me a glance there. I was like, did I do something wrong? If there's no further business to come before the council, this meeting is adjourned, and the time is 10:49 p.m. Thank you very much. And also, our next budget workshop is scheduled for the next council meeting. Is that right, Monty? Okay, July 21st. Thank you. Have a good night.